in East County, 19900 New Hampshire Avenue. And for information, this meeting is being recorded. Mariah, whenever you're ready.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Mariah Claiborne with East County Division, and today we're discussing a concept plan. 19900 New Hampshire Avenue. This lot is, this is proposing a 4-lot residential subdivision with ADUs. That's approximately on 30.99 acres within the RC zone, utilizing private well and septic areas. The concept plan currently proposes development under the standard method and based on staff's initial review. The primary constraints are the proposed lot configuration, not satisfying the requirements associated with the standard method of the RC zone. Particularly the minimum lot width requirement. And also in addition to those requirements, the proposed lot layout must also demonstrate ability to accommodate compliant building envelopes, setbacks, constraints for environmental, and also the septic areas as well. I do know too that you did submit a revised approach for optional method development standard. So I will allow any reviewers to, if you did get a chance to look at that, to share your expertise on that. But I'll go ahead and kick it over to the applicant to have any questions about the comments that were given to you.
Thanks, Mariah. This is Jared Carhart with Cass Engineering. I'm here with the applicant, Adam Engel from Crosslane Homes. So yeah, this initial concept was originally developed with the idea of standard development in mind. We quickly found out that we didn't have the frontage to support a 4-lot subdivision under standard method of development, so we switched to an optional method of development. And Maria, if you could share that plan, if not, I can. The updated plan. I'd like to just give a quick overview of it, and then I'll have some questions from there. So while this is pulling up, I'll start with my questions because I know we're strapped for time a little bit. So the first question I have is to Heidi from Well and Septic. So Heidi, I just wanted to give you a quick background on how we came up with the septic area configurations. I know we're in the PMA area, so we need 17,000 square foot septic reserve areas for each dwelling unit. So we reviewed the last testing plan that was developed during the conditional use plan that showed a campgrounds, and it was a much different plan than this, but it had the test locations marked up for quite a few large septic areas. And all of those test locations passed. So we sort of worked from within those larger septic footprints that were shown on that plan and reduced them to what, we're showing here. So in theory, the areas that we're showing are, and by my thoughts, still have coverage of the septic testing locations that were previously provided. And now we would obviously, provide more information on where the test locations are and that when we get to the preliminary plan stage. But in theory, that was my thought, that we wouldn't need additional septic testing by going that route with laying out these septic areas.
Sure. Okay. So that was kind of my assumption when I was looking at it, because I went back and looked at the areas that were tested, those large septic areas you mentioned, for what was going to be the campground or the the previous proposal, and it looked like the areas that you proposed sort of matched up with those tests, but without having the plans,
Right.
overlaid, I couldn't tell, exactly. So that's why my comment was, it appears that they're generally supported by those tests. But yeah, so when we get a plan in that shows all the locations, then we can confirm that those areas are supported. There was quite a bit of water table testing, so I don't anticipate that would be an issue. I think it'll be more the perks and how these areas are laid out.
Yeah, and again, we did try to work within the footprints that were the septic area footprints that were marked up for test locations. So
Okay.
So it should be, I'm not anticipating any
Okay.
anything to come
Anything
up.
new?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so this is, once we, learned that we're gonna have to go optional method development on this property, we sort of reconfigured the lot layout, to follow the zoning standards of the optional cluster, standards. Um, we increased the dwelling units to 6 lots. And we have with this lot layout, we have 3 lots that have, more than 150 feet of lot width along the frontage, more standard lot sizes. Those are lots A, E, and F. And then lots B, C, and D are all pipe stem lots, that have 40 foot of frontage at the right of way. We had to provide 40 feet of frontage for those pipe stem lots because we have to utilize those pipe stem areas for well locations as well, so that they can be upgrade of the septic locations. But this plan also allows for, a utilization of a shared driveway for the 4 middle lots. This plan doesn't depict it, but lot E is shown as being served by an individual driveway. We would actually update this plan to be served by the shared driveway as well. That was a clear, comment that was provided by staff and State Highway that they want to see, shared driveways utilized as much as possible. And I think this lot layout would achieve that. And then for fire department access, this would be a fire department access compliant driveway. We are more than 2,200 feet away from a water supply, so we are proposing to install a 30,000 gallon underground cistern off of this shared driveway. And then there's a fire department access compliant turnaround at the end of the shared driveway. And then lots A and F, the bookend lots of this subdivision would be the only 2 lots served by individual driveways. So we're looking at 3 access points for the 6 lot subdivision. And then from an environmental standpoint,
160.
From an environmental standpoint, we are proposing to put about 17 acres of existing forest in a forest conservation easement. And that area will count towards the open space requirement. And then to achieve our 60% open space requirement, we're proposing an additional 1.2 acres, which is shown in that yellow triangle area, on lot F at the bottom. So that would achieve our 60% open space, requirements. Yep.
So Jared,
Yep.
this is Amy, and I truly apologize. I had an E-plans mix up here, but when you're laying out, I'm not quibbling with the number of units you're showing, but
Mhm.
you need to figure out how to minimize forest clearing. That this is this is all considered high priority forest because of the watershed you're in.
Mhm.
And so that means it's subject to the additional rules, high priority forest rules per the state law. So
Yeah, certainly. So when we come in and submit, forest conservation plan, preliminary plan, site plan, we will have additional information in regards to stormwater management facilities, landscaping areas. We are going to plan for pools and pool houses out here, because we will be going through site plan phase. And we want to make sure we can try to capture what we believe are appropriate uses of these properties, as best we can during the site plan phase. But
That's all fine, but right now you're showing a fair amount of fragmentation. And this could be laid out in a way that reduces that fragmentation. And so I want to be really, really clear about this, that we're going to be looking for the most efficient layouts possible. And I would advise you to look at the watershed capacity, because I believe this has no assimilative capacity left in it. So I'm
what do
happy
you
to
mean?
talk.
What do you mean by that?
Let's talk a little more offline, because I don't want to derail the discussion, because I know there are other issues, but let's talk a little offline about this.
Okay. All right, 1 second. Are you free to talk right after this call?
No, today's DRC,
Oh,
so.
yeah, sorry.
But you are welcome to pick up the phone and give me a call at any time, and I will answer my phone,
Okay.
assuming I'm not in a meeting.
And we can set something up as well too, Jared.
Sorry, what was that?
He set something up as well too for everyone. Because I just know that this new concept came in, and I just want to make sure that everyone has adequate time to review it and provide you the best comments back.
Yeah, certainly. The one of the issues here is that we are under a feasibility period with this. This is a contract purchaser, not the property owner. So we're trying to gather as much information that would be necessary to know how it would affect this subdivision as soon as we can. So if there's a watershed capacity that impacts further development in this watershed, that's not necessarily a lot configuration issue. That's just an overall subdivision issue of the property. And if that's something that can quote unquote kill this project, that would be very, very helpful information to have at this stage.
Hey, Jared, this is Robert Cronenberg. Just
Robert.
one thing I wanted to flag for you for the optional method.
Yeah.
It does state that you need to be under community water and sewer, but there's an opportunity for you to use the private well and septic, but you have to cluster. And so I think to Amy's point earlier, you need to show how that's going to work. And because we do have to make a finding that it's a more beneficial subdivision design. So as much as you can cluster the units better, and that would preserve some of the priority forests, I think you can do that. But I think that needs to be part of the discussion, not only with Amy, but Mariah and Katie.
And when you're saying clustering, is that interpreted as lots between 40,000 square feet to 3 acres? What's the definition of a clustered lot layout versus just utilizing the optional method zoning standards?
Well, it doesn't really lay that out here that I'm seeing right now, but cluster usually means you're trying to group the houses on smaller properties, understanding that you're going to have some that are going to be a little bit larger, but you have a pipe stem that's taking you back pretty far to serve 3 of the lots, and I realize some of that is going to be based on well and septic, but
Right.
I think clustering means just that. You're trying to organize the units and the lots as close together as possibly can to preserve environment.
And furthermore on that kind of ties into the rural open space. It looks like one of your lots, I think it may be lot A, the one that's closest to the bottom of the screen, is separated by the rural open space. I think we'd want that to be like one contiguous parcel. And so the fact that it's kind of like separated doesn't really get at that clustering layout.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll move off from environmental because I know that's obviously, if not the biggest, one of the biggest challenges with this property. So the next question I had was in regards to the right-of-way improvements, in that the complete street guidelines speak to this being a country connector road. And it was stated we need a 10-foot wide bike shoulder with green space, and then a 6-foot wide 6-foot wide sidewalk. So I understand that complete street design is a how does the guide say it? It establishes a vision for the state roads, but ultimately SHA has the ultimate final say as to what these layouts look like in the right of way. So I preliminarily met with Queasy about this before this meeting today, and we kind of discussed trying to achieve a bike shoulder and a sidewalk through the use of the 10-foot wide shared use path, primarily because there's a lot of existing utility infrastructure that's would be impacted by widening the road. I think there's 12 power poles that are about 5 to 6 feet off the edge of pavement out there that would be a very expensive redesign of this right-of-way frontage, where I think a 10-foot wide shared use path can help achieve both the sidewalk and the biking requirements that come with this subdivision. So
this is Richard Brockmeyer of the Transportation Planning Division. We, in consultation with SHA, determine what the frontage improvements are. It is a bike master plan facility, the bikeable shoulders. I know we've done this on other state roads where we've done a shared use path instead of shoulders. But I think that'd require a lot more discussion to be able to go that route. So getting your concept plan, I don't know about the utilities. I think getting more information about the utilities and what the conflicts would be helpful.
Yeah.
I think, as a starting point, we want to see what was in the bike master plan and what complete streets would call for.
Okay. And Queasy, are you in this meeting?
Yeah, I'm on.
So, in what Richard just said, we will obviously provide additional information at preliminary stage showing utilities and a little more information on this plan. But do you think a 10-foot wide bike or shared use path is something that SHA can support with additional, justification as to why that's the ideal scenario here?
I think you're putting the SHA on the spot. I think you need to provide the information for us to make a determination. And without the information and seeing what's going on out there, nobody can say what we would ask for, what we would do. We provided you the basic requirements for complete streets, of which actually SHA does have complete streets as well. And so they should be meeting those requirements as well. So when you provide the information at the final preliminary plan or admin plan or whatever you submit, then we will make that decision. But at this point, you need to provide that information, justify why you don't think that you can construct that or provide for that information. And the other thing is that we do need to see right away. The information needs to be in the right of way. It can't be in an easement. So when you provide that information, we'll make that decision. But I don't think that we can say yes or no at this point. And frankly, that's not when we do that at this point. We do that at preliminary plan.
Okay.
So,
yeah, and we wouldn't be proposing easement. We'd be proposing dedication to meet the master plan. Okay, all right. So the next question I had is in regards to the adequate lighting requirements. Do we coordinate that with SHA or DOT? Lighting requirements in the right of way for the future right of way improvements. Who is that coordinated with?
I think that planning and DOT will look at it and then it will be determined at the preliminary plan approval of what you're required to do. If you submit a lighting plan. If you don't submit a lighting plan, it'll be determined at, or I guess at this point, it will be determined at the administrative plan.
Okay. The next question I had is in regards to the, with this needing a site plan and a site plan approval, due to the optional method cluster development. What level of, what does and doesn't trigger an amendment? And I mean that by, we will have an approved landscaping and lighting plan with the site plan. If an end user wants to change landscaping on their property or do, small changes to, to their property, are there different level of amendments, or what's the triggering mechanism for when a site plan amendment needs to change?
It all details on what exactly is being amended or what's being changed from what was prior or previously approved. So it would be circumstantial. So I can't tell you right now, but there are different levels. So you have a major amendment, and then also to a minor amendment. But it will all just encumber when you're ready to revise something.
And Jared, this Robert, it may depend on what you're showing on your plan and how the conditions are written.
Right.
So, and in a more flexible manner, we can accommodate that. And it really depends, like, we're not going to be asking for plan changes or amendments to like landscaping around our houses. It's really what is being shown on the overall plan for, let's just say, buffer screening, street trees, that kind of stuff.
I gotcha. Okay. Thanks, Robert. That was helpful.
After that, really quickly, this is Sandra Pineda, Urban Design Supervisor. We sometimes approve on the landscape plans a list of optional plant material that you can use for a certain location. So that gives you also flexibility to, as the project proceeds, for you to decide which plant material you want to use.
Okay. Thank you. And then when we submit site plan, I'm switching over to the architectural side of the site plan now. So when we submit a site plan, can we have the ability to reflect, different model homes for each lot? Well, obviously we can't show different footprints and stuff, but we can show footprints that would fit within, what the allowable buildable area is on the site plan. Can we submit multiple models for each lot so that there is flexibility at the permitting stage? Okay.
Yeah, so like what we typically do is you'll show like architectural typicals, like the types of models that you're proposing, and then that can be sort of like your finite set. And then, like you said, like I would put the maximum size building footprint on the plan so that we make sure that we're, meeting all of the minimum design standards for each
Right.
plan, unless you need to lock in a specific model if they're that sensitive. But yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And then from a pool house scenario, any additional structures we show, would you guys expect to see architectural plans for those structures?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
But I mean,
They have to be shown on the plan,
yeah,
but I don't know that we have anything that requires architecture, elevations and all.
if you want to share it, you can, but same thing goes for ADUs if you're thinking of them at this stage.
Right. Okay. Okay. So then I guess my last question, to me, the biggest hurdles here on this project are, the right-of-way improvement configuration and just the clustering layout to, better adhere to the environmental, constraints on the property. And I don't know if this is really a question, but, this has been helpful. I think we need to come back and look at how we can reconfigure this. The biggest challenge is where we have passing septic and how we can capture 17,000 square foot septic areas, wells being upgraded, but also achieve a cluster layout.
Well, and Jared, I know we've been throwing a lot at you, but like, just to reiterate, we're not 100% sure that you can do optional method on septic. So that's another thing that we want to double check. That could be a big change.
Has there been a optional method on septic done in the past.
Well, and so if there was, then I'd be more open to being like, yeah, that's fine, but not
I
in my
think-
memory.
I think I know one. Black
If
Rock
You do,
Reserve.
share it with
off-
us and we can take a look at what those unique circumstances were.
I think if there were, Jared, it would have been some of the conservation lots that were 25 plus acres that, you know, were pretty far removed from some of the primary roadways. But most of them have come in as public water and sewer.
Okay, I'll send you the one I'm thinking of, and should I send that to Mariah?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Jared, another comment that we had made as part of the urban design comments that you may want to consider as you continue to work on the layout of the property was to provide a buffer, a landscape buffer along the frontage of the property to maintain to protect the scenic character of the road, which is part of the RC zone intent statement. So I think that's something we would like to hear more about it as you continue to refine your plan. I know that you have the environmental, septic, and many other considerations to weigh in and to balance out. But given the character of the road, existing as well as you drive through the road beyond the property, I think that we were just trying to connect those two things. And it seemed like a landscape buffer along the frontage would be very appropriate.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
I know that we're
Just a quick question. This is Adam.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to ask two questions. This is Adam. I appreciate everyone's time on this call. In terms of the landscape buffer, if we draft that up, would that be within the dedicated right of way, or that would be on the actual
So I believe there's existing tree canopy along the frontage of the property. We would like to see as much of that preserved as possible because that establishes the character of the road. And so I think part of it would be on private property as well.
Okay. And then there's one other kind of related question. The open space, would that be deeded to, or would that be owned by the owner of Lot F in this particular example, or does that get deeded to a different, we're trying to determine how that works for any open space.
Yeah, there's like a covenant.
So Jared, I believe it's been a while since we've done an RNC project, but I believe there's a rural open space covenant that both the park and planning is involved with and the owner to put that in preservation. So we can get back to you on details on that.
Understood. And then I appreciate again everybody's looking at this. The only thing I had comment wise was, we definitely understand wanting to, cluster from the colloquial sense, meaning keep it, close. But we also, if we're keeping this on well, if we are having to keep this on well and septic, it kind of is it goes against that since you need more space, and especially in this watershed region with the 17,000 square foot for septic. So just my only other question to those who are involved is with regard to how big, the lots are and where the homes are, if we were to do the cluster development or the optional development method, I mean, if we can't get the homes too much closer than they already are, would this layout, aside from all the other things it needs, would this layout still suffice?
I think it's too early to say that right now. So why don't you coordinate with Mariah on getting a follow-up meeting? Because I apologize, we really need to give up this room.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Was that Carrie? Who said that?
That's Katie.
Katie. Okay.
No, from a distance, we look similar.
All right. All right. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
PRC. A preliminary plan and forest conservation plan, New Birmingham Manor in East County. Troy, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
This is a preliminary plan, as Neil mentioned, it's the New Birmingham Manor. They are coming in for subdivision. They're dividing the lot into 3 lots. They plan to program it with a car wash, a restaurant, drive-through restaurant, and then a daycare use. I think our main concerns overall is the lot configuration. I had concerns or just questions about the lot configuration. There is more of a site plan related concern, more so with just the lot, the proximity of use with the daycare and the car wash. We think there's opportunities to provide some more separations between those two. There's also big concerns in regards to the proximity of those drive aisles in relation to the Dino Drive and Star Point Lane, where those access points may conflict with potential queuing or the proximity to those roads that issues with potential queuing backing up into those public roads. Outside of that, I think those are my top items that I had just to present overall for the project. We can go turn it over to the applicant at this point to deem what questions they have or the hierarchy of concerns for their questions.
Thank you, Troy. Sue Lee Cho with the law firm of Bregman, Berber, Schwartz, and Gilday on behalf of the applicant for New Birmingham Manor. Sorry I couldn't be with you in person today. Looks like we have a full room there. We have online our project team as well as the applicant representatives. We've had a chance to take a look at and try to absorb before this morning the full breadth of the comments. We spent some time looking at, in particular, the design comments, and we as a team will be looking at how we can further address those concerns about separation and the internal, sort of the parking and queuing. For today, we have some particular questions that we wanted to get some clarification on so that that will facilitate our further internal considerations by the applicant on how we can address the design comments. So I'd like Pat LeVay, he had a question about the access points. One of the issues that was mentioned initially as staff concerns. We also wanted to just follow up with a question about that.
Yeah, I had a number of things. I guess I can just it's okay. I'll just go on a list just because I've highlighted the comments and I kind of walk down them, so I won't start with the access if that's okay. But
okay,
Troy, going to your original point about the lotting, I just wanted to clarify, and we can provide more information as we resubmit and things get adjusted. But the biggest thing with the lotting is for good reason, DPS wants stormwater that serves one lot to be on that lot, and so we oftentimes, especially with these little commercial centers, have these funky lot lines to follow those stormwater facilities, so they remain on the lot, and when you think about like the downstream end of a property, or lower ends, you end up with these kind of weird configurations. So we could try our best to straighten those things out, but some of it is driven by that. This actually is, I've seen worse. But just to give you that background, and again, we can try to straighten some of that stuff out, but it is somewhat driven by the need to make sure that each one of these things has the right, features on it. Particularly stormwater is usually one that causes some of that. So,
hey Pat, this is Mark Etheridge, real quick, if you don't mind. Have
Yep.
you guys submitted a stormwater concept? Because I am trying to find it and I cannot find it.
yeah, it was submitted in May. I don't have the number handy, but
When you get a chance, just
yeah, I
email
can
me the
email.
number so I can find it. I can't. I'm looking for parcels and there's no address and I can't locate it. So
Okay.
just
Yeah,
send
it's
it
a
to me when
weird.
you get a chance.
The property's like 0. It's listed as 0 Sandy Spring Road or whatever, so it's
Yeah.
funky. But yeah, I'll email you that, Mark.
All right, thanks.
Let's see here. So that's the stormwater. Troy, there was a comment about the restaurant needing to be a conditional use if the drive-through was between the street and the road, but I think, and I realized the design comments had some suggestions on that, but typically, I believe the limited use standard says you can do that as long as there's a wall or a screen, like a screen wall there. So that would have been our intention with this design, just FYI. Let me see here. While we're on that, I guess, topic too, I wanted to just ask about the sketch that was submitted. We can investigate that. One of the concerns that the applicant has, and just in discussions with operators, is that this sketch, I don't know if we can bring it up on the screen easily, but it does, and we've certainly seen that configuration before, but it does introduce that sort of conflict of having the parking, in the middle and having to cross those queue lanes for the drive-through. Which can be problematic when folks are, hungry and not paying attention. So that just might be something we need to work with the staff offline on to discuss that. But that was just sort of one thought there on that layout was, and again, it does exist, but it creates that conflict.
Pat, can you explain again what the question is?
So it's less of a question, more of a comment, just like in this configuration where the parking is inside the drive-through loop. Folks that park and come to the restaurant have to cross the drive-through to get into the store. And so, folks in the drive-through aren't always paying attention, and, it just creates that person vehicle conflict continuously throughout the day versus having the drive-through completely separate. So that's just something we'll have to talk through from a pedestrian safety standpoint.
And I think also, Pat, with this configuration, you had, we just wanted to talk about the driveway to the car wash and the proximity to the curb cut to the east, and getting MCDOT's thoughts on that.
Yeah, that was further down in the comments. There's a couple things there. One was correct, Katie. If we do move the entrance to the car wash east, as shown there in the green dashed line, the current driveway access on Dino is, more or less the mid block point, skewed a little bit to the right, but more or less mid block, and it provides 100-foot separation from the curb cut that exists at the current termination of Dino into the self-storage. It's a question for DOT if they're on a line, but if we looked at these improvements and reduced that down as shown, would that be acceptable to DOT?
So Pat, looking at that, it's one way in, correct?
Currently,
that would be
no.
That would be one way in and out.
In and out?
For the car wash.
Well, the car wash is the car wash would be
In and out,
it would be in and out, but you'd come in and go to the car wash itself to the right. So
the thing is, it's too close to that intersection with Dino Drive. That's a concern I have. It's not with the existing driveway. I'm more concerned about people coming and making that way. It's pretty much a U happening there. So that's the concern I have. So that should be at least 100 feet from Dino Drive.
Well, it's not a public street or private street, just for what that's worth, and it's drive aisle. But if we did 100 feet, I mean, that's going to take you up to almost the word vacuums. And that's a pretty long.
I mean, as I said, it's a full access coming out of there. It's too close. I mean, people coming in, making that right, it's pretty much a U.
Right. Yeah. No, I understand the concern. I just want to, maybe we can work together on the 100 feet, just because 100 feet's a long way to go for that kind of a thing.
Zoom in.
And we do have
Yeah. I need.
You're saying the concern.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
You're more concerned about the distance, where the hand is, where the mouse is to this intersection, to this access point.
No. So he's talking about the driveway, see where the.
This one. No.
No.
Deepak's talking about where the pink is. There you go.
This one, yeah.
The distance from south to north of that.
But that's a one way.
Oh,
No, it's a two-way.
It says one way. There's two arrows there that go in.
Well, it's one way into the drive-through the stacking for the car wash. But
Isn't that what
the
you're
pink
talking
one
about?
is two-way.
Yeah, I'm talking about that. So that's the concern I have. So basically, once you make a U, I need to see some turning templates for that.
So are you talking about what they proposed or what we are suggesting
Both
with
of
the
them are a problem because both of them are so close to that intersection.
which intersection?
The Dino Drive.
sorry, just, we need to.
Yeah,
So-
I think this intersection right here,
So
I think, yeah. So that.
between here and here.
Oh,
the issue.
okay, got you. Got you now.
Or, excuse me, he said it was 2A. It is not 2A. It is one way, Deepak.
Yeah, but
Because there's
still,
two arrows.
yeah, that's why I asked, if it's one way, you have more, you need to show me some turning templates, but if it's a full access, it's a problem.
Well, it's,
Not
it's,
full
you-
access.
it's a little bit
one way.
funky.
One way,
Assisted.
I need to see some turning templates happening there.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so so I understand, we're not talking about the intersection of proposed Dino extended and Star Point. We're
No,
talking
no,
about the internal intersection.
Yes.
Yes, and so when you enter the site, the entrance access off of the Dino extended portion, that's a two-way access. However, entering the queue for the car wash, that is a one-way loop. And so Deepak is concerned about the turning radius into the one-way.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we can study that. Yep, yep.
And then I
But
just
there-
want to clarify, I think in the comment, it was, so the to the left off of that intersection is the driveway to the daycare, not the driveway to the,
That is
to
the
the
concern I have.
drive-through
In this case,
restaurant.
in this picture, you don't show that access to that, is it shown?
Right, no, we're not proposing access.
Yeah,
to daycare
that
here.
access in your plan, you have full access to the daycare, which is a concern for
Right.
me. I just-
Okay. From a turning movement perspective or from a proximity to the intersection? Because what we
The
would
proximity
put
to the
stop bars.
intersection- It's a proximity to the intersection is a concern, but because there's no stacking, there's no storage for that left turns to happen.
Mm.
So that is a concern. It's too close.
Yeah, well,
Deepak, if that was just from the daycare side of the site, if that was just a exit, not a left in.
How do you restrict that movement?
How will you restrict that?
Well, no, you would say no entry, do not, it's not an entrance. So we would narrow, you could narrow the drive aisle, the width, so that's just a one lane out. But I'm just asking, we're not, is that
so
something,
what we
would
are
that be?
suggesting, so what we are suggesting is separating the entrance for the car wash and the daycare, so that I think it goes to the compatibility of the uses and how those uses are not compatible, and we're trying to increase the separation of physical, but as well as the access, so that it's separate. So in this scheme, there's no access to the daycare from the road on the bottom of the page. It's only for the car wash.
Yeah.
No, I understand what your concept drawing is depicting. I'm just asking the question. So in terms of a DOT turning movement issue.
Gotcha. Just wanted to clarify our scheme.
It might be helpful, just like what Deepak was saying, like if showing the turning movements with what you're proposing. And then I think, like I said, the main concern, what he's saying is that it's just the close proximity. So I think if he has something with the relation with that car wash, if there's further distance and then you got a one-way scenario happening, I think it'd be better for, folks to digest what you're showing, or so than kind of talking through the point right now, if that's helpful.
So then just for my edification, can you keep it to the bottom of the screen? So where the green arrow in the concept drawing is proposing that the drive-through, that right there. The distance between that point of access and the adjoining property driveway is not a concern for DOT?
No, that has to be 100 feet. Right now, where it's shown, it's fine. Whatever is shown right now, I'm okay with what's shown there. That
Okay.
is fine.
But that speaks to the ability to separate them, because once you have to meet that 100 feet, it becomes very difficult to, separate them as shown.
Which one I'm not quite getting
I
it.
think the design team was proposed, like they're showing a new access point, but that's in conflict with what you're
I
saying.
mean, that gets it too close with the amount of operations happening there. It's gonna be a full access coming out as well. So it's coming out. I think that access should be where it is shown right now.
Right
Yeah,
here.
that right there. That
Could
means-
could we just have that be the access point for just the car wash?
Well, that's what we'll have to look at. It just might mean that the green buffer there gets shrunken a little bit or reoriented. You have to study it a little bit, but it pinches down our ability to provide that much of a buffer.
So it's less, I think and I'm asking the design team, it's less about the placement of it and more that the car wash has its own separate
yeah.
distinct access.
The car wash should have its own separate, distinct,
Got it.
entry and exit, and then the daycare should be.
Gotcha. So if we were to
Start.
keep it where they originally positioned, that would be okay. We just want the internal.
Right,
connection.
we were showing, just an increased buffer there.
Buffer,
Gotcha.
is also a priority to
Yeah.
increase that buffer. So anything that we can do to maximize the buffer in that area, I think it's really important.
Yeah. Well, and it looks like if that doesn't connect to the daycare, you might get a fair amount of that buffer
You might-
still.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you have,
Yeah, all that would.
all this could be the buffer too, from the playground, that sort of thing.
Yeah, we don't need that big of a playground.
Right,
We've determined that, so.
Okay.
And we're looking at
Okay.
whether we're looking at adjustments to the building footprint too, to see if we can save a little bit of room east to west to pull things left, if you will. So we'll study that some more.
Sure.
Can we go back to, just 'cause I didn't really hear a response to Pat's comment about the driveway loop around the fast food pad? And the reason why it needs to be on the street side, the 198 side around the bill is, and the way we had proposed. And if we meet the screening requirements, will that be acceptable?
That's more of a site plan position too, but I think, I think it's the building orientation. We want the building to be oriented towards the street rather than having the parking or the drive aisle between the street and the building. So that, if people by chance can walk there, they don't have to cross a driveway to get to the restaurant. I think, when you get into these drive-throughs, you're aware of, kind of as you're, coming from the parking and everything to the restaurant, you're aware in many cases, you're in a, coming through it to have to go past the drive.
Yeah, in here.
I do think that,
Like Roberto's saying, is the relationship of the buildings to the street. And we want to have that relationship both for the daycare as well as the restaurant. So there should be a connection from the sidewalk that you're building to the front door of the building that doesn't cross a drive-through or doesn't cross parking. So that somebody at the daycare could potentially walk on the sidewalk to the front of the fast food restaurant without having to cross the drive-through. And then how the drive-through for the fast food gets laid out, we're very flexible on that. How that could work best for you. We are very flexible.
And we totally get that I totally understand that logic, but the reality is that there is going to be a lot more people crossing that drive aisle that have parked than walking there. Just the reality of it. So from a pedestrian safety standpoint, I mean, the reality is that, there are going to be a lot more people with that conflict coming from the parking lot than walking from the daycare. And the daycare does have a sidewalk that doesn't cross the drive-through. It crosses just before the drive-through begins. So we're not actually crossing where the queuing would theoretically happen. And it takes you directly up on the sidewalk to the front door behind the head of the parking.
So we are open. Yeah, we are open to any other suggestions you have for that drive-through for the fast food. We can also, try to put our heads together and see if we have other options that may work better.
Okay.
So that issue, I agree, is really a site plan. It doesn't have I don't think it impacts access, relocating access to Star Point or Dino. So is that something that, do we just put a pin on it at the preliminary plan and move on? Or is that something we need to figure out now?
I think it depends on what layout you show. I don't think I would necessarily condition it as part of preliminary plan since it's coming in for a site plan. I think it's just more so I flagged it as, because you added the SOJ that it met the limited use. And I felt that it it still you still need a conditional use just from the layout, not knowing the screening wall, not saying that we're confirming that screening walls, will, negate the conditional use. So we could talk about it a little bit more, but ideally I would like to see a layout that we all agree that probably doesn't require conditional use, or we can all agree what the site plan process would be. But we have time to figure out what that should be, more so than leaving that open-ended for the site plan review.
Troy,
Okay.
this is Richard with transportation. I think we do need to kind of hammer this out now because it will, the spacing of the access onto Star Point plays a role in how the drive-through operates. I do think we need to work this out at this stage.
Also, also because we need to determine how Star Point will be improved as well.
Yeah, there was a question about that, and Starpoint is owned by, there's a easement that the property owner benefits for access from it. There was a question about the improvements. I think we need to dig into those agreements a little bit more, but presumably we're assuming that the sidewalks will be requested as part of this process, but I think that probably would require consent from the property owner, so it probably would need to be conditioned as such. But we can do a little more homework on exactly what the current documents say. The applicant definitely has rights to access from Star Point. We just need to look and see what, adding these sidewalks would do.
And you saw this in Carlos's comments, but I think we have a real strong desire to make this more of an actual road as opposed to a drive, given, the uses being proposed. So as you're digging through that and contacting that property owner, I think we want you to investigate that as well. The ability to potentially turn that into right of way or a private road parcel or something like that.
And I would highly encourage setting up like a secondary meeting. This is probably going to be a very hefty topic, but it could possibly relate to the LATR as well. We should definitely hash out how that process will be laid out and what structures are going to be created for the future dedication, and also the maintenance of Star Point Drive, if it necessarily as a road, whatever, if it's public or private, wherever we land.
Yeah, we have been in contact for, I think, several months. So you can speak to this more than I can, but with that adjacent owner about these very things. We don't think we've made a whole lot of progress, but we have been trying to see what we can do there. Understanding that this would be a request, but our hands are a little bit tied.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we anticipated this issue, obviously, and so try to make inroads with the property owner, and they went silent. I mean, we asked the question point blank, not that, and we tried to assure them that any obligations and improvement requirements would be on the project and that kind of thing, but it was a one-way conversation, so I don't know how much more we can push.
Yeah, I think for the context that should be always provided is that, this is all part of that, Drive Club lapse that occurred a few years ago. So there's probably the assumption that still exists from the adjacent owner, but I'm not entirely sure how communication will be ongoing if it's just a one-way communication with the adjacent owner. But I think it should be maintained, and on our end, we're happy to help out in whatever way we can.
So, since we had a number of other things, and but should we schedule something on the standing meeting for next week?
Absolutely.
Follow up.
Yeah, we can do that.
Pat, did you want to cover anything else that's not transportation related?
And I think they were just transportation items.
There's a sidewalk. Is that transportation?
Well,
also?
I mean, the one was there's I guess two different requests on the side path on Sandy Spring Road. One was to sort of look at a future condition if SHA ever reduces a travel lane to widen the sidewalk and the buffer. And I think DOT might have suggested we do it now. The big issue is that presumably when that 9-foot sidewalk or bike path was put through there, shared use path, it was done at 9 feet, leaving about a 1-foot buffer because there's giant utility poles right behind it. And that's the big impediment with doing any of this is those, you can see them on Google Earth. They're just massive holes behind the existing side path. So that was the reason why we were showing it to be 9 foot to remain with the minimal, I think it's a 3-foot buffer there. But happy to talk about those sort of future options if SHA removes a travel lane or reduces the road width or whatever. But that obviously we really can't move those poles with a project like this.
I think on our end, we agree. We think that would be undergrounding those utilities would be a massive cost for the project. So we would be in the position of just having that be laid out in a cross section or some type of note that given that the master plan of highways and transitways have indicated that there is room for a lane reduction in that in Sandy Spring roads, that if that ever were to happen, a future project could do that work without undergrounding the utilities, or there will be enough space to modify the buffer and the side path for it to be consistent with the design standards, the current design standards.
Okay. I know we have to jump. Can I ask one more question about just while we have DOT on the line too? There was I think Deepak, thank you. I think you put the terminus detail on the plans for the termination or where Dino Drive meets Star Point. I just wanted to clarify, if whoever's controlling the screen, if you could just pan down a little bit. We sort of show that geometry. It does look awkward, but we knew that because from the previous concept plan that was done like 3 years ago, we know that was a concern about making sure you had that extra space there. Is the request here it wasn't clear on the markup of the detail though, but from the mountable curb back, would you pave that in asphalt or would you make that like concrete, or like, what would be the treatment from the mountable curb back where it's currently shown as flared?
It's probably going to be concrete.
Okay.
A different plan with maybe an apron as well. So I had talked to Sam as well on that. Let me get back to you on that.
Okay. We can sketch something up. I just, if you have an idea what it looks like, just let us know. I think we have flexibility there. We understand the general need to have a turnaround.
Okay, great. So then Troy, you'll let us know what time next week we can get back together on all the transportation issues.
Yeah, our standing meeting is actually the same day as our picnic, so I'll do something. I'll figure out something. So yeah, it'll be either Wednesday or I'll figure out a date and circle back with you. It won't be Tuesday.
Okay. All right, appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
This is item 3 for DRC, the conditional use and forest conservation plan for Dickerson Power Plant. It's a project in Up County, and for your information, the meeting will be recorded. Josh, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Good morning for everybody. This is Josh Penn filling in for Mark Field today. This is Dickerson Power Plant Site Land Bay 3, which is for the cable communication system located here. You can kind of see the north end of the site. And if you want, we can zoom in more. Really here for the applicant's questions and just kind of walking through the process with everybody.
Josh, if you don't mind, we wanted to start out with a brief overview of the land area and the property location. And I'm going to ask Alex Andrews, who's on virtually, if he could share his screen to put up our property map exhibit. It shows the utility campus.
Hey, Casey, no problem. Let me share my screen. Let me know when folks can see it okay.
Yes, we can see.
Yes, we're good, Alex.
Great, thank you. So yes, this is the overall property here, the Dickerson Power Plant. Our conditional use application is focused on the boundary highlighted in yellow here, which is obviously part of the larger parcel owned by Terra, and we're just to the east of the Potomac River here. And for reference, the former Dickerson Power Plant site is roughly where my cursor is here, letters K, D, and E. Another reference point, the waste to energy Montgomery County facility is where my cursor is here, letter G. So we are just about 110 acres here, again, outlined in yellow.
Just to add briefly, letter B, that's to the right of the property, are the First Energy power lines, transmission lines that abut the property. And if you look at item G, directly to the left is the Dickerson Park, Conservation Park. And then, did you want to cover anything else?
You can walk through everything.
Oh, okay. So, right, as Alex said, A is the subject site. It is circled in yellow up there. Directly to the left is where the BESS project is located. That's the Battery Energy Storage System project.
And to be clear, the battery energy storage is a separate application. So it's a different applicant, and it's not going to be connected to the data center project. So it's independent of the data center project. It just happens to be going on at the same time.
And to the left of that site is the Federal Park CNO, the towpath. And to the left of the towpath is the Potomac River. To the south of the subject property is the Rockland Capital's natural gas combustion turbine power plant. And to the right of that, letter D, is Pepco's substation. To the right of letter D, letter J, that is a Rockland Capital fuel oil storage location. And then directly below that, letter I, is the Martinsburg Road and Power Plant Access Road. That's the intersection where vehicles gain access to the utility campus. Letter H is Montgomery County's composting facility, and as Alex identified, letter G is the waste to energy facility. And the Pepco train, or I'm sorry, the train tracks that serve the CSX train tracks that serve the site and are along the left boundary of the subject property. And letters E and D are the coal-fired power plant that is currently deactivated. That's it.
So, and we realize that one of the sometimes confusing about this project and the terminology is that the initial conditional use approval for a for a cable communication system, which encompassed a data center at this location plus the battery storage, that was 2024. It refers to 3 land bays, land bay 1, 2, and 3. The data center is going forward on land bay 3. The battery storage is going on land bay 2, and land bay 1 is not part of any application. So there is sometimes some confusion as to what we're talking about with the properties, but we're on what was roughly defined as land bay 3 in the existing approval that we're amending. So I think as we went through the DRC comments that we got that were distributed to us, we generally, they're generally straightforward. We didn't have really any questions. A lot of it was additional information requested. I think just generally, it's helpful to understand that there will be, as far as water usage, which is a Potomac River draw for the cooling system, it's existing well for domestic water supply. And then there's also a water discharge permit for the cooling system. All three of those water usage and discharge are going to be subject to three different state permits that are currently pending a review by MDE. So again, the water draw from the Potomac is subject to a state permit. The water discharge from the cooling system is subject to a state permit. And then the well use, because it's supporting a commercial use, is subject to an MDE permit as well. That, again, that's in process. What we will do in our response is provide the application, the water permit and discharge application materials, because that will answer, I think, a lot of the questions about water usage, including, for example, temperature, expected discharge temperature, which, by the way, happens to be ambient. So the water, unlike the coal plant, which took in water, heated it up, and then discharged it much closer to the river, we don't. The cooling system doesn't heat up the water, so it discharges at about ambient temperature, but also at a location that's about is it 1,200 feet from the river, and it discharges into an existing sluiceway that's for stormwater management, and then it hits the river. And the monitoring of that discharge, which again is all covered by the state permit, the monitoring of that discharge is done at the point of where it enters, right around where it enters the sluiceway. So it's monitored for the quality of the water, if you will, what's in the water that gets discharged. It gets monitored before it co-mingles with the stormwater management, the stormwater that flows through the sluiceway. Again, all part of the materials that we'll submit as part of the applications that explains water usage. I wanted to cover that and explain that.
Yeah, if you have a question, because
I did have a question. So when you're talking about, so there's the one question about the amount of water coming in from the Potomac, but then there's the question about the well water usage. Do you have an analysis that looks at the impacts of other groundwater wells in the area?
So that's an existing well, which has, and I'm looking at Mike to make sure I get this right.
Yeah.
I'll let you explain.
No, there's an existing well, and the permit that's for that existing well is in with MDE, and it will be the same amount of water intake from that well that was previous. We're not asking for any more draw from that well.
And again, the water is
at the 69.
And that's
Yeah.
just for drinking water, by the way. That's not to be used for the data centers.
So we have Chuck McBride.
Great. If you just make that clear.
Right.
That's a useful distinction.
Yeah.
This is, sorry, can I, if you don't mind, I'll jump in here. This is Heidi Benham with Well and Septic. Yeah, so we have the permit records on file for that existing well that's going to be used. It was drilled in the 90s. It, meets all minimum yield requirements, construction standards, and the capacity of that well, if you will, is not changing from the previous use of that well. So that
Yes,
has been approved for use.
This will be the potable water supply, domestic purposes only. The cooling system uses the water from the Potomac, and that the requirement that the wells would only be used for domestic purposes was from the initial conditional use application approval, and we're following them.
But it's important to point out to everyone and to the community, we're going to speak up at the public hearing, that the water from the Potomac is really de minimis. Half the year we use zero water from the Potomac. The rest of the time we use an average of 69,300 gallons, which is much less than a golf course uses. And so when you think about this many buildings and how big these buildings are, we're really not using hardly any water here. So it's the coal plant was using 400 to 600 million gallons a day. We're only using 69,300 gallons.
Great. How are you doing the cooling for the half of the year that you're not using the water?
We just don't need it because the data centers run with ambient air, and we have water in storage tanks, and the temperature is such in Maryland that we just don't need the water for cooling for half the year. And then it's only really when temperatures hit above 75 degrees that we need any water at all. which is only between month, but you typically in months of like April through October, we'll have some days where we'll need it.
So is it correct to say that you're essentially using the air as cooling the other times of the year?
It's a mixed facility for cloud usage, so it does use water to cool, but it uses it in a system where the water in the water tanks up by the data centers through the auxiliary water building can have enough water for those days where we don't need to just pull
Yeah,
water from
drawing
the
from the
river.
river using.
We're not drawing to get extra water.
Right, so is that a bit of like a closed loop system?
Partial closed.
That's what we're trying to understand.
We like partial.
Yeah, it's it's what I'd call it is a liquid cooling system with supplemental air. That's it's not you can't consider it a closed loop because closed loop is truly like once you charge it up day one, you never use water again. But those use a way more energy, and the problem with that is then the net effect on the water upstream you use at the power plants, you actually use 5 billion more gallons of water doing a closed loop system because you're using water at the power plant. So if you look at the net water usage, our energy use here is so low. Atmosphere uses the lowest amount of energy of any data center company. And so because of that, we use less water in general across the whole water ecosystem.
Can you give us the data that shows, because this would be helpful for us when analyzing this, that shows, the energy that you have to, that you would use if it was a full closed loop system, versus the amount of water that you're using because it's like a, whatever we're calling this, partial closed loop. Just so that we have the data in front of us when we're doing our analysis to better understand it.
Yeah, I can send you a study that I did for a recent talk I gave at a conference. I'll send you some data that could be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up question on the well water. And I guess for fire suppression purposes, where would that water come from? Is it well water or
Potomac River.
is that taken into account the full like 69,000 per year, like
Yeah.
withdrawal?
Part of the withdrawal permit. The withdrawal permit will have a maximum amount that can be taken on a daily basis. An annual, I believe, as well.
There will be fire suppression tanks up on to hold the water for.
I guess in that withdrawal permit application, does that lay out where that water will be used? Like, this will be like X gallons will be used for the data center, X gallons will be used for fire suppression, X gallons, or like, is it broken down? Or, I think it would be useful to know like what that water is going to be used for.
Yeah.
And the GAI is the consultant on the water use, on the water system. And I think they're on the call, Arisa is on the call, so you heard that comment. But if not, we'll work to make sure. If you looked in the application materials, there was a summary of water usage prepared by GAI. And we're going to supplement that as part of our response, just to explain, like, for example, your question and any others that we can. And the permit application also, again, will help answer these questions.
If I heard correctly, that fire suppression and cooling are factored into the 69,000.
The application to water use, the 69 is more so not necessarily associated with the fire suppression. The fire suppression is held in tanks, so I don't know that it's a daily draw, but it's part of the overall application includes the water needed for fire suppression. I will confirm that, but and again, is anyone from GAI on the call?
Yes, I'm on the call. And yes, like the tanks, fire suppression tanks, the water would be stored in those tanks. And then the only, time, would be used for fire suppression or for testing of the fire suppression system. But yes, it is, accounted for in the appropriations application, but we can provide additional information about that, about how much water is being stored for water use, for fire use, fire suppression use.
What happens when the Potomac gets low?
Are
You need water. Is there like if we're in a drought, is there? something that you guys, like, you won't pull from the water, you won't pull from Potomac? On your, like, what happens?
So the question, Risa, and this is, the question is, if the Potomac River reaches a certain level because of drought, are we restricted, will the permit restrict the water draw?
We submitted the permit application, but are still working out the details, of that permit with the state. But we would, anticipate that there might be, a need to like incorporate like a drought response plan into that, and we will provide a response to your question in writing to address that.
What the team said was talking about in preparation for the meeting is that large users of water typically have to have a drought response plan in place. Okay, we can, unless there's other questions about water, we can move on. Yeah. We submitted as part of the application a noise analysis, acoustical report. There was a comment about whether the battery system, battery storage use was taken under consideration. It's a separate use. It's not associated with ours, and not sure why we would take it into account.
Just to clarify, is the facility going to use energy from that battery?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's not connected at all. It's for grid support. So it's to support the energy grid generally, not for our use. So
Yeah, we worked with them early on when we filed for the CUP, just because they're our neighbor. It is nice that they're our neighbor there, and they, as Scott was saying, they are supportive of the grid by putting the batteries right there on the PJM grid next to us. So it is helpful and it stabilizes the grid. But again, it's not like directly connected to the data centers, but it is directly connected to the substations that are nearby us,
Right,
which
but
is just helpful.
regardless of whether the land uses are connected, if someone is hearing noise, and noise is additive. And so I think it's a fair question, like when you did your noise analysis and you were looking at the ambient noise, is that the ambient noise of right now? Or, is that the cumulative noise?
We'll be in compliance with the noise ordinance, and if we need to take into account that battery storage use, we will. That's the noise study.
Okay, because it's much easier to plan for noise issues up front than to wait until there's a complaint heard and, try and go back and put up some, noise mitigation.
Given
So,
the distance from any
The-
house or
Yeah,
residence.
the
Place.
noises at that campus already it's super loud because of the other industrial users that we will hardly produce any noise. There's a huge banging noise at the waste incinerator. You got a couple big industrial users that are closer to Dickerson, to Martinsburg Road than we are.
If you start studying ambient noise, you may find that the existing noise level is higher than what would be part of a data center use or a battery storage use.
and that would be great. I mean, we're just trying
Hear a lot of
to,
noise.
I'm sorry, what?
You were out there on Friday. Did you hear a lot of noise?
No,
Okay.
no, it was actually
I
very
did.
peaceful. But I'm just saying that, to answer the questions, we're trying to be thorough in our analysis. So I think cumulative noise impacts are.
Battery storage will have the same requirement on their battery
Yeah,
storage
we'll
form.
make certain we ask the same questions.
Moving on, utility transport pads within the stream buffer. Alex, you want to take this one? Just to clarify.
Yeah, sure. On the utility plan provided with the application, we do show 2 transformer pads in close proximity to the former coal power plant. I just wanted to clarify that those transformer pads will be constructed on existing impervious surface. So I believe that stream valley buffer line that's shown on the plans is probably not mapped accurately to the existing conditions. So just wanted to clarify that.
So because the NRI was initially done at 100 scale, right? 100 scale is very difficult to see exactly where the lines are. We did actually go out and do some field work last week to sort of make certain that there aren't additional streams, but the buffers do need to be shown correctly on this plan. Taking into account the steep slopes and things like that, and the newest floodplain maps.
So you're saying the utility plan needs to reflect the accurate stream valley buffers. Yeah, okay. That's fine, Alex, correct? That's okay.
Yes. Make that change.
Moving down, there was a question about the view shed from CNO Canal.
Yeah, we talked about.
We provided sections as part of the application, and given the location of the towpath being below the elevation of the data center use and the heavy vegetation in between, the sections show you won't see the buildings.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I talked to Josh before this meeting, so I've already looked at
Oh,
those sections, so
Great.
thank you for clarifying.
The grave, the location of a graveyard potentially on the site. We've looked at this, and I think we've determined that the house is not. Josh, want to answer this one?
Sure. We surveyed the house location, the Shreve House, found it on site. We've actually modified our property boundaries so that we're not including that house site. We don't have any evidence of the burial site, so that's something I want to talk to staff about how to address.
We would like to understand what would be the next step to hopefully confirm that there's no cemetery located on the property that would be impacted by the LOD. So, is Brian?
I'm here. So, the cemetery was appears from USGS maps to have been across a dirt road from the house, but its location's never been confirmed. So we would look for survey work done by an archaeological consultant to look at the topography, the history of the site, possibly do some investigations like ground penetrating radar or other kinds of investigations as appropriate. But we would want some archaeological investigations there to make sure that the cemetery is not within the APE. I would also note that because you've got some Maryland state environmental permits, I believe that will trigger the Maryland Historical Trust Act. So the Maryland Historical Trust may also want archaeological investigations for the project as a whole, not just about the cemetery, but to make sure there aren't any archaeological sites that are going to be significant archaeological sites impacted. But that'll be up to the state, but that's likely to be part of your requirements.
So Brian, would you recommend that the project team set up a meeting with you, a call to discuss the next step to come out to the site to do that work on our end? Okay. And timing wise, would this be a condition of recommended condition of approval, or when does it have to be done?
That's a good question. I don't know that the work needs to be completed prior to the conditional use, but certainly before anything is built. But I mean, but if the cemetery is found within your APE,
this will be a priority for us, so we'll be in touch sooner rather than later when we identify. I don't know if we have someone on the team yet who does archaeological work, but we'll be reaching out to you probably later on today to set up.
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of firms that do that work, and I would note that a number of archaeological studies have been done on the property as a whole in the past, although it's been some years. I mean, I think it was an engineering firm that did archaeological investigations back in the 80s, but anyway. But there are plenty of firms that do this kind of work.
Okay, thank you.
By getting the maps that you have that show the USGS maps that show, I couldn't find anything online.
Okay, so that is shown in our burial sites inventory. That's available through MC Atlas. So pull up the form from our public facing MC Atlas. That form includes an image from the USGS map, but I can contact me by email and I can send that to you, but it is available
Okay, if it's available, we could probably get it. Okay, thank you. There was two comments about, I think, one from Park and Planning, DOT, and Transportation, and also DOT about site distance.
Yeah, where your driveway hits the street, you need to provide site distance.
So we access off of Martinsburg, there's a private street that exists now, and that runs into the site that serves all of the industrial uses. And then from there, we've got an access driveway that'll go into our site. So which spot did you want us to hit?
You need to show us that. We'll take a look at it. We need to see that picture because we don't have that picture at all.
So the picture showing the access points?
Yeah,
Okay, the plan.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's the existing Martinsburg Road terminates at a private road.
Yeah, so
that
where the
exists now.
existing road is, we need to see, so whatever you have hits a public roadway.
Right, that's what, so it's where that is. So that'll be where Martinsburg hits the private road now.
Yeah.
And the site distance there. Okay. And then I don't know if that's where at the security gate, but there's an existing security gate, but it's where it hits. Okay.
Yeah. And so this property is off a drive, so we're only allowed 4 lots on a private driveway. For
Industrial.
Private street. No, private driveway. So are there more than 4 lots on a private driveway?
Industrial, or are we talking about?
It doesn't say, it doesn't specify.
Oh,
Does it? I mean,
we can. I
don't
can
even
look
know if
into
anyone
that.
else has lotted out there.
Yeah, I can look into that.
2 lots right next.
I have to say, I imagine that there would be an issue now with all the trucks going in and out of that site, that we would have already had a problem, but we can look at that a little further.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say we're a little over time. Do we have any last minute wrap up questions we can get in before the clock expires?
Other than site distance.
Josh and I talked about storm drain. I told him that you just need to provide information to it.
And then the last one is any updates from county DPS as to review of stormwater management concept? That's the other agency letter that we'd just be concerned about getting before on the timeline of the review. So if Patrick's on or Andrew, Mark.
I'm on. This is Andrew Kohler with Montgomery County DPS.
So just any updates on review of stormwater management concept plan?
Have you guys submitted one?
Andrew, yes, this is Alex Andrews with Langen. We did submit a stormwater management concept. We've been working with Patrick Fitzgerald and
Great. Okay.
and Mark to address the last few remaining review comments. There was an outstanding question. I was hoping Mark would be on that I could discuss with him, but I will follow up offline.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we're starting to get the agency letters. We got Heidi them yesterday. TOT, other than site distance, do you have any other issues that you addressed?
Storm drainage should be.
And the storm drain,
Yeah.
yep. And then I think
The agency letters are usually required 45 days before the hearing, so that puts us at June 15th, which is in 2 weeks.
that's right. I think stormwater management will probably be the one that. Okay, is that all?
Wait, I think we have a different. Agency letters, we have a different date on the written comments of June 22nd.
Oh, that's from Mark's comments.
I'll defer to Mark's comment. I'm just going by the standard, which is agency letters 45 day before the hearing, so.
Okay.
Do you think you'll be resubmitting the forest conservation plan this week?
Turn around and ask.
You're shooting for the 10th, which I think your email said.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for your Friday visit and then whatever Soltis gets done for their preliminary PFCP, which will then get reflected in our FFCP, plus addressing your comments. So we'll probably need an hour or 2 of your time over the next week or so, just to talk through,
Okay.
make sure it's clean when it goes in.
All right.
And do you have a tentative date for the PFCP to go to the board?
Yes, that would be. No, it's actually the week before, so that we have it all spaced out.
July 16th is where,
So,
yeah.
PFCP, then FFCP,
and then
CUP.
yeah,
I appreciate you getting out to the site on Friday. The weather probably helped.
I think it's a beautiful day.
Okay. That's all. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Rockledge. This is a concept plan in West County. For information, the meeting will be recorded. Camille, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Good morning. This is a proposal for a multifamily building at the intersection of Rockledge Drive and as you can see on the plan here, the plan depicts the concept plan. The applicant is proposing up to 17.5% MPDUs for this project, and the project will be utilizing an existing parking garage that is currently constructed on the site. The applicant is also requesting the CRR, which is the Commercial to Residential Reconstruction Expedited Review, after this concept review plan. Some of the high-level items in the comments that were provided for DRC were related to transportation items, some environmental items, and some general comments on the layout of the property, as well as a request for additional clarification in the tabulations and the statement of justification for the project to provide additional information regarding the programming of the site and any public benefits that are being proposed. So with that, I'll stop there and wait for the applicant to see if you will have any questions you want to get started with.
Thank you, Camilla. Matthew Gordon for the applicant, a land use attorney with Selzer Gervich. I sent over an email to some of the reviewing agencies yesterday about one of sort of big picture comment. And I think the screen that we have up right now shows it. So this proposed development is just for the northern portion of this site, where the red line is below it to the south. That's a separate office building that's currently occupied that we do not have control over to make changes to the site. So we're sort of limited of what we can do, and kind of high level, the way that any of these conversions work is with flexibility. We're trying to utilize existing infrastructure, including the parking garage. And so I can go through some of the comments we received and ask for clarification and point out some concerns that we have, but they generally all stem from the fact that we are limited in terms of the changes that we can make to the site if the goal is to have a viable multifamily building with affordable housing. So the first comment that I want to touch on relates to Rebecca Torma's comment with the drive aisle. So we only have control over that sort of northern portion of the drive aisle, and we're limited what we can do there. About, I think you had a comment that it should be no wider than 24 feet.
I'm sorry, I'm not buying that. Like, the whole property is under one area, and you're changing the configuration to make it an unsafe condition. So we can talk about it, but you can't do what you're proposing to do, because you are narrowing the median and it functions two-way in, two-way out, which is fine, but the way you set it up is it's one way in and out, and then another way in and out, and there's nothing to prevent people from going down and trying to get out, make a right turn from the left side of that median. So it needs work. You're gonna have to make something else, or you just keep it as is.
Well, we're certainly, I'm not saying that we can't work on it with you. I'm just saying there are limitations. There's a ground lease that covers the southern portion of the property, and we don't have rights to make certain changes. That's
right. But the changes you're making on the top side or the north side of the property, make it unsafe condition. So we need to fix it.
We're happy to set up a follow-up meeting as we usually do, and because we only have a limited amount of time, and sort through what we can do. And then in terms of we don't have Mike Warkowski from Wells and Associates is engaged for traffic, and I think he already submitted the transportation adequacy form. So with the signal warrant study question, Rebecca, I was a little bit confused because the residential is obviously going to result in a reduction in trips, and there's not a signal there today, but we can talk about that in the follow-up meeting that we schedule. And then to the same end, there was a question, I think if you go to the sort of northern section of Rockledge Drive that wraps around the corner, about the proposal to sort of repurpose one of the travel lanes so that we can accommodate bike lanes and the landscape buffer. Mike mentioned that there's a project down the street that they did that analysis, the operational analysis for a residential project that was generating more traffic than this, and it was supported. So we're just essentially trying to continue that concept with the roadway, but we could talk with you about the parameters of what you're looking for so we can understand what you need for an operations analysis, if that's okay.
Yeah, you'll need to do what they did and show us that it works. Because you also have two different roads. You have Rockledge Drive on the north side, and then the Rockledge Drive on the east side going north and south, which is a different roadway. And so we'll have to take a look and see if that can be accommodated at this time. But we need some kind of operations. Remember, operations and traffic signals are operational analysis. They are not part of the LATR, and it is basically making sure that you're safe. In the case of a traffic signal, is safe and efficient to get out of the site. The other thing is that it's 400 feet between the intersection just to the north and the south intersection, and there's no way for pedestrians to cross. There's no protected crossing. So that was another consideration of why we asked you to do a traffic signal warrant study.
Okay, so given that we are, so we're exempt from preparing a traffic study. I hear you in terms of what you're asking for is a separate issue, but given the timing with schools and all that, would it be possible for us, Mike, to talk with you and whoever else to figure out what you're going to be looking for so that they can collect data that they need to, and keep, so we don't lose the whole summer?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll follow up with you on that one. And then on this same point, we saw the comments about this was unusual. I've never seen this before, where the sector plan did not recommend any roads through the property. The master plan of highways does not call for any roads through the property, but the design guidelines say potential road, I think, north-south, and then I guess east-west. Obviously, those were not adopted by the county council. They're not part of the master plan of highways. We understand that there's, the design components are irrelevant, but we don't really have the ability to create a 60-foot wide street in either direction. On the sort of back end of the building, that parking garage below grade goes all the way to the proposed building. We don't have the room for it. And then on the entrance drive aisle, we don't have the room for it either. But we understand the comment about making sure that it sort of the intent of what you're going for. So we'd be happy to meet with you and look at what we're doing in terms of the landscape buffer, the sidewalk, and the drive aisles, and figure out something that works. But it would not be possible to provide 60-foot wide, sort of roads through the property.
I think this is Richard with transportation planning. We're gonna, need some more information on, I think, starting with what property you own, what conversations you've had with the adjacent property. What we're really after is breaking down the large blocks in this area and not precluding the ability to make connections and have a grid-like street network. So yeah, we're willing to work through that with you, but that is sort of the end goal, is to try and break down these large blocks.
I think we can certainly, and I'll let Michael Klein can speak to it, but I think we're certainly on board with the intent. It just, when you put out like the 60-foot wide with like rigid standards, like we don't have the room to do it. There's physical and legal, constraints that would impair us from doing it. But I'll let Michael kind of add to his thoughts on behalf of ownership.
Yeah, we're with you in terms of access and sense of place and walkability. We're very focused on the top of the garage, entrance to the building. Lower level, that garage does run all the way to the building footprint already today. But we do anticipate in our design connectivity with a lower level common area entrance and elevator and bike rooms down on that level. But on this level, I think we understand where you're coming from, and then we're also trying to protect future development potential on the garage piece. So the road will take that into account, that if the future and the market ever warrants, the parking garage piece could be redeveloped. And then you'll have that pedestrian-friendly access roads from both the north and east to access that future site as well. But in the short run, we're really trying to focus on the marketability and the feasibility of a market rate and affordable, 17.5% affordable, the multifamily building. So, but as Matt mentioned, we're willing to meet with you and work with you and make sure everybody's happy with the look and feel of the road that's circling the new multifamily building on this property.
Yeah, Richard will reach out to you and Rebecca and others to set up a meeting, and we can give you some of the background information. But I guess I'm envisioning it as sort of like an interim condition that improves the existing conditions with this phase, but we could certainly show like a longer term vision if other things happen to the south of us or with the parking garage. Would be the way that I think we could approach it and address your concerns.
Thanks.
And then Rebecca, one more on the same point of like what we can and what we're proposing to submit for. We acknowledge the comment about Rock Spring Drive and the transit line. And I don't think, Michael or ownership can speak on it. I don't think we have any issue with the comment. It's just that we're not proposing, anything on that property to the south. So, if there's some way that you want to document our understanding, that's fine. But to the extent that that were, to occur, the dedication or otherwise, it would need to be in the future if that property, goes through the process, because it's not.
So, go ahead. So and I think this is part of what we're all saying. So, and I don't mean to be redundant. With your property right now as it stands, you have 3 frontages. The whole property is coming in, but you're just redeveloping a portion of it.
No, they're separate tax. These are separate parcels. They're separate tax accounts. I sent some of the information over. So there is, and I don't think we really need to get into the details, but there's a ground lease on the building in the south's occupied, runs for another 50 years or so. So we can't make changes to that site. We're not proposing to do anything there. We're not taking density from the site. We're not benefiting from it, proposing to benefit in any way. We're trying to redevelop this 100% vacant office building. So we're not really proposing anything on the south. We can come up with like illustrative exhibits and kind of understand what may happen in the future if that property redevelops. And we're happy to work with you, but we do not have the ability to commit to doing anything with it right now.
Okay, I think
we could provide like lease information too, potentially, right, Matt?
It's basically that red line is effectively a lease line. It's separate, control, the 2 properties. They're separate tax accounts. It's not like it's one tax account. So I hear you if we were coming in to benefit from the one on the south and we were pulling density and doing other things. But again, the only way this works is if we can redevelop what's on the top half.
Yeah, we'll have to talk at the meeting after this.
So that long-term master plan recommendation, I don't think anybody has any issue with it. It's just, it's not along the frontage of this site is sort of our point. So we could figure out a way maybe to document an understanding if that would make everybody feel comfortable. But again, it's not going to come to fruition through this development.
We can move forward.
Okay. I think Michael, Klein, or Bill, do you guys have anything else? I think those were sort of our, we know there's a lot of other comments. And I guess I will note, we did provide, we saw your comments. We can correct the data tables. Thank you for flagging that. There aren't any issues with the density. There's more density available than what we're proposing on this site. But we did provide a pretty detailed analysis of where this applicant's proposing to use the new public benefit point system, which I am not aware that many others have. And we went through it and we provided quite a bit of detail, and we didn't really receive any comments on that. So it was in the narrative. And then same thing with the sections of the roads. We provided the proposed sections, and we got kind of conflicting from the standards that DOT provided versus what Park and Planning said didn't match up. But I think probably the best thing to do is for us to meet and talk about those issues that Rebecca highlighted, and we can talk about it all in the context of that to make sure we understand what your expectations are when we submit a subdivision plan.
Sounds good. For the public benefits, one of the requests was just to provide, in terms of like a data table style, breakdown of the public benefits and how they're calculated on the sheets as well. So that'll just help us evaluate it for the next round too. But we were happy to set up another meeting to discuss that further if you're looking, if you want more feedback on that.
Okay.
And it sounds like the sections issue will also be discussed in the follow-up meeting with transportation and DOT.
Yeah, I think, and Ian Duke or Mike Goodman can speak to it, but I think by and large, we're meeting the sort of complete street standards with sidewalks and landscape buffers. But I think it'd be helpful for us to nail down exactly what you want our section to be when we submit. And that will tie into Rebecca's comments with the operations and the signal warrant, et cetera. And then we do understand that we'll work with an arborist because we're trying to protect those trees along the right of way. So that'll be part of what we come back in with as well.
Yeah, I think the trees there that are so close to that sidewalk that, we're kind of cheating into some, I think there's going to be a decision between, saving some of those trees and being able to provide the street section that we show.
Sounds good. Are there any other items that you wanted to go over in this meeting? I know that there was some correspondence regarding kind of related to the subject property and the parcel, but as it related to the environmental, did you have any questions regarding that?
I think Ian provided to Marco and others for the NRI. So I don't know if Ian's heard back, but I think it was our position that the NRI covers this development site.
I think we were waiting to hear from Megan on intake.
Well, we do have Marco here in the room, and I'll let him just explain a brief status on that. It sounds like we would need to follow up with you all.
Just gonna coordinate with, well, I was deferring to Megan on that, but may have to coordinate with legal on the new information you recently provided.
What is the problem?
So in the project description, it says how the property is shown on the record plat, and we're just bringing in a piece of it, and it didn't describe any subsequent deed or any other thing that separated the property. So I raised that as a red flag.
Yeah.
And then in a recent email, it said, "Oh, there's a deed here, but we haven't had a chance to process that information."
Oh, I see. So there is actually a deed recorded in land records.
Yes.
But you haven't gone through the subdivision process to create a lot. So
It'll be, we're gonna sort of clean up the subdivision through this process, but it's its own separate tax parcel right now. And I see Megan's tag. I think this has been resolved because she just said the NRI is ready to be accepted. So
great.
Okay. I think we're probably good. I think we'll talk with Rebecca and others about this issue as it relates to the improvements that are being proposed, but it doesn't sound like it's an issue for the NRI.
Sounds good. Are there any other items to discuss? I think we have a couple more minutes left.
I don't think so.
Michael, anything?
I was just gonna add sorry, if you don't have any other questions, I was just gonna highlight some of our urban design comments. This is Sandra Pereira, urban design supervisor. We just had highlighted a few things that for you to consider as you continue to refine this application on the next stages. So we are highlighting the 2019 Urban Design Guidelines for Rock Spring and White Flame 2 Sector Plan, specifically pages 66 and 67 that have guidance for this property. So just keep that in mind as you continue to work on this application. And then we were recommending that you look at how the building interacts with the surrounding roads. And we understand that because of the existing trees, it makes sense for the building to be located where it is. We just need to understand better how that open space is being used for public use. Specifically the areas between the building and the road where the existing trees are. So what kind of amenities are you providing? What kind of recreation and how that is for the public use, not just for the residents, like the private amenities, but also for the public.
Thanks, Sandra. And when we had that initial design meeting, we knew we have that work to do. So I think DCI, Fiverr, and they're going to work to come up with, as we get this, the expedited site plan filed, we'll be able to talk to you ahead of that and show you some updates about how the building and the open space will interact with the pedestrian realm.
Yeah, appreciate that, and we're available to meet, or you can email us what you're envisioning. For the building itself, we had also made suggestions on the overall massing and how to visually increase the massing on the northern and southern wings, so that again you increase that, or you strengthen that connection with Rockledge Drive. And that also goes with the location of the lobby and the main entrance to the building.
Sandra, were those, could you send me a copy of those comments? Because maybe I missed them, but I didn't see them in the summary.
It looks like they're in the supporting documents folder, Matt.
Okay.
Pull those.
All right. So we have them, then we're good.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we will. I think Fiverr and his team will be happy and eager to work with you all as those design elements evolve.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks, Matt.
That seems like that was all the items to discuss for today. Thank you all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Item number 5 for DRC. 4861 Battery Lane, we have a preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan in the West County area. And for information, this meeting is being recorded.
Hey, thanks, Neil. As Neil mentioned, this is the combination of plans for 4861 Battery Lane. These are coming in building off a sketch plan that was approved by the planning board back in December 2023. I just want to touch really quickly on the key issues, and I'll turn it over to Chris and his team to ask questions of any of the reviewers. And I will conclude with our schedule of key dates moving forward. So for the preliminary plan, the key items that were identified in the comments really fell into 2 categories. One was the frontage design, the Battery Lane street section. There were a number of comments on those. And then second to that was the LATR. There were a few comments on that that also need to be addressed. With the site plan, we identified more issues. And I'm just going to list them pretty quickly here. The key items, the through block connection design needs some work. Long-term bicycle parking, the location for that needs to be looked at again. Emergency service, access, fire access had a number of comments. For this case, affordable housing, there was a requirement in the sketch plan for the applicant to continue working with DHCA on an agreement for affordable units above and beyond the 15%. So we didn't see any information on that in the application yet. So you'll need to work with DHCA and provide that information. There were a number of comments about the public benefit points, really just asking for clarification and some supporting information. And then the last set of key issues really fell under environmental items, forest conservation, green cover, tree canopy requirements, and really a number of conformance challenges that were linked to planting over the parking structure, which is supposed to take up the bulk of the site. Those items too were flagged at the DRC for the sketch plan back in 2023. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris and the applicant team.
Great, thanks. We're glad to be here for this, and we've gone through the comments, and we do have a few items that we want to get some clarification on that are, I think it's a good opportunity for some technical clarifications. But as kind of some high level comments in the beginning, there are a number of things in the comments that are listed, but I just want to clarify that they're in process or they have been done with the plan. The stormwater management concept, for example, has been filed. The truck turning exhibit was submitted. There was a question about 35% green cover plan that actually was submitted following the sketch plan design. So there are some of these things that when we do our comment response, that the answers are there, or we can help point them out, get people what they need. I would say on specifically the DHCA item that you mentioned, Adam, you may not recall this, but the Strathmore project had, from the same applicant, had a companion condition. We worked that out with DHCA for both projects at once, and it's in the correspondence file. So we'll get in touch with DHCA to bring them up to speed. I think there was a personnel change. So I think this is just a matter of getting people the background info that they need to.
Yeah, if you could follow up with Adrian Hobson over there, that'd be great. I talked to him yesterday. Needs to be brought up to speed. I think that'd be helpful.
So with that, I think it would be a good use of our time to kind of get into some of the technical questions. And Josh, I don't know if you want to ask about some of these. I see that I think Ian is online. Might be helpful, Ian, to just kind of go through and ask about some of the clarifying items that we wanted to discuss.
All right, so the street section, I understand the desire to try to, well, first there was a comment regarding having the sidewalk be within the public right of way. And it is, if you look at the street section that was provided on the preliminary plan for Battery Lane. And then there was a comment regarding the I guess the lawn panel and the maintenance strip. There is a small strip between the proposed sidewalk and the proposed right of way. We're merely following the section on the approval for the property west of us. And so I think there will be a disjoint. I think Josh did much of that design to try to make sure that it was seamless for pedestrian movement and lawn and tree planting. And there was also a concern about providing the adequate amount of right-of-way for this. And so we are providing the 35 feet from the center line today. So I think we're good there. If Josh, you want to talk to that at all? Anything for the street section?
Just to run through to make sure that we're clear and see if you wanted some different direction for us. The property to our west, as Ian mentioned, has a 6-foot tree panel, a 7-foot sidewalk, and then it has extended green space between the sidewalk and the building for the second row of trees. And so that's why we're trying to keep this area unencumbered by as many things as possible, so we can have that second row of trees. And as Ian noted, maintain the walking path with the same dimensions. We do have a lot more areas that have paving and for example, our entry to our Bethesda, our Battery Lane facing door, our entry underneath the canopy. That's an expansive area of paving. And we are looking at doing a paving over the utilities that are all in vaults along the frontage, but we can pave over some of them and provide an expanded seating area along the sidewalk. So hoping that addresses the reasons why we kept these areas and dimensions as we did.
Yeah, and might be bouncing around a little bit, but there seems to be some confusion as to whether or not we're undergrounding the utilities along the frontage of the property, and we are.
So Ian, to clarify, this is Natasha, there is no transformer above ground along.
They're not, they're all.
No, they're all below grade.
So I think, Bam, was that one of your comments?
Yeah, I can address the first question you had, Josh, that sliver of green that you have behind the sidewalk and the right-of-way line. Now that the utility lines are all underground, that we're not going to have any overhead utility lines, this is a chance for us to plant major species of trees, and we want to maximize the amount of green space we have for them to make sure they can survive and it could be viable in a case like this. Because of that, and because also the zoning requires 0 front setback, this creates something like a CBD condition. So we would not necessarily need that maintenance tree for the sidewalk. That coupled with the major species street trees, would like to see the maximum amount of soil volume can provide for them. For the amount of street trees we are providing. If we are going to plant major species street trees, are going to have some conflict if you have any good sized trees inside the property. Second row of street trees. So I think all in all, we think we may have to look at, you may want to look at this more in light of what we discussed and see whether it's viable to have second row of street trees, because again, we're going to major species street trees going to be pretty big, so we're going to have some canopy conflicts there.
Okay. The trees on the interior will be columnar, smaller trees, right? Because there is a building that we're trying to maintain the street wall that's been established by the properties to our east and west in various approvals. And I don't see an issue with the continuous 6-foot tree panel and major species trees along the curb line. We're trying to maintain a consistent streetscape is really a key. Change species, change dimensions. I'll double check the species and talk through it.
Yeah, I mean, again, not sure what species you're going to plant there, but maybe species you want to like willow oaks or elms and all that. There are so did talk about it, but again, because of the zoning requirements, because of the the plantings that we have and all that, like to keep it maximized. Sure, the smell of the trees.
And while we have all the transportation folks here, just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. If we did, for example, a shifted 7 and 11 feet or something, it won't align. We'll have different species, different tree panels, different sidewalks, going up and down Battery from the two that have been
It's gonna
approved.
be like a couple of feet here and there. I don't think that's gonna be like Josh.
But the condition that you're asking for is different from the neighboring properties. Sam,
Again,
can you explain?
I don't know under what circumstances the adjacent property was developed, but we're not gonna ask for streetscaping. I think we have decided that it's gonna be all plain concrete and green panel. And there's gonna be some zoning requirements, which in this case doesn't require any setback, front setback. So we keep to that sliver of green panel that you see behind the sidewalk. Essentially no use for us in the right of way. Might ask for the change. No, it is between the right of way and back of the sidewalk.
So it's underneath the label 25 for people online. There's an area of green space, but it's green all the way to the building, or it's paved all the way to the building, or there are different, it's not like there's a green strip and then there's paving.
So the neighboring property is 4901. It went through the whole same process. And I think we're going to want it to be consistent with 4901.
Yeah, it's not gonna be that much of a difference. It's just gonna be like a 1 or 2 feet up in front or in the back. It's just gonna be minimal.
I mean, that for us is new skin off our nose either way.
So doesn't the preliminary plan have the section as a condition of approval
Which one?
for Battery Lane, like with that first preliminary plan that covered all the sites?
The Battery Lane master plan?
Yeah, I'm just worried that if there were changes, and Sam, I mean, I feel like 2 feet's a big change, like 2 inches, 6 inches. I would just be concerned that this might not conform to the preliminary plan conditions.
I don't know what you're referring to. This project has its own preliminary plan.
There's one that covers like 4 or 5 other sites on Battery,
So
which set which
we have yet to see a project come in for.
No, C came in. Site C came in,
Are they actually construction?
but it has site plan approval. So when the whole thing went through, the intent at the board was that all the ones that came through after that, even if it wasn't a part of the Battery Lane master plan, would follow the same thing. So it would be consistent along Battery Lane.
So maybe Josh can like provide a diagram that sort of shows like the condition of a consistent implementation and then the requested changes. So at least we can see in plan what the change would look like. That might be useful.
Yeah, we can do a quick exhibit that shows what's been approved, what's pending. And the shift.
DOT will work with transportation. We'll make a determination on it. Brenda's the reviewer, but we'll work together and we'll make a decision.
What was the goal with your adjustment?
There's a large maintenance strip.
Yes. We have a maintenance strip here that's a use.
And 6 feet is where the sidewalk might, like, if you get a big tree, it's not gonna have as much space. So he was looking to get a wider tree lawn so that the trees can grow and they don't upend the sidewalk.
Are you talking about in between the sidewalk and the building?
No, I'm talking
Yeah.
about this, in between the travel lane and the sidewalk.
We do make the tree panel 7 feet. But we'll overlay the diagram.
So just gain that space towards the tree
Right.
panel.
I leave a
Yeah.
little space on the building side,
I see, okay.
which for those
Maybe,
columnar species may be fine.
maybe it's not a big deal.
It's not a big deal. I just want
Sidewalk is
all the
Oh,
transportation
No, we
planners.
will work on
We
it.
don't want to be in the middle of.
I just
No.
wanted getting that green area paved all the way to the building, and I didn't
Yeah.
understand why we're paving it all if there's greenery now or landscaping.
Right, there are pockets, so it's gonna shift from a little bit of expanded public open space along the sidewalk to green space to, hide some of the vaults that have to be vented. Even those are underground, to the entry paving, to then some softening around the base, to entry paving for the other doors, so it varies along the way.
So it wouldn't be paved all the way.
It would not be paved all the way except for a couple spots.
Gotcha.
The more soil, I chance of through.
I agree, and I follow you. There, we should use that area for a good purpose, and if you no longer need it, then where does it make most sense to add that? So I understand now what we're saying.
It sounds like we have a game plan to look into that particular one. I'm just watching the clock too. I want to be mindful of our time here. We've got about 10 minutes left.
Yeah, most of these, I think we're gonna have to follow up specifically on environmental, because they're details. We want to look at sections, soil volumes, things like that. A lot of it was, the public facing realm, make sure everyone was on the same page on that.
In the last couple of minutes that we have, is there a priority from, I know we did mention follow-up meetings. I spoke with Adam in the beginning. I think it would be helpful to get something arranged to go through the design comments. The team was working through its staff resubmission and hoping to get that in next week, but I think we want to probably review some of those comments in more detail with you all before we proceed with that submission. So if we could look at the calendars and see if we can get a follow-up scheduled pretty quickly on those issues, I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah, there's a new model that we'd like to walk people through that I think helps highlight a lot of things. But it would take too long to do today, so that follow-up is important.
Ian, is there anything else in the very short amount of time that's left that we want to try to get clarification on very quickly?
Well, there's two things. I think it's pretty quick. The 22 or the driveway that's on coming from Battery to get into the building, we designed that, and I see Marie is on the line, or at least I think she was.
I'm here.
We designed that to meet her requirements that she's provided to us in the past. It is also the same access that is for the property on the west of us. We just mimicked that same design. So there was a comment about pedestrian movement and sharpening the radii to make it a better experience, but that won't work for Marie's access. That's one. And then the second was we had a comment about a pedestrian crossing mid-block across Battery and a bus shelter. And maybe I'll let Chris Cabot speak to that a little bit. I believe the LATR package for that western property had the bus shelter moved closer to the frontage at the Sunrise, and that we would be removing the bus stop on our frontage, and it would be relocated to that property.
We cannot relocate a bus stop without, like, you can't just say, oh, you can move it to next door and I have no right of way. So if they haven't moved forward on the project and there's no right of way and there's no place to put it, you can't relocate it. Right?
There is right away, I think, within that Sunrise property. So it's two properties over. And it's in that plan is in our appendix from that. We could go through it in more detail, but there is enough right away to place a bus shelter. And that was the resolution for the 4901 property.
Right,
So
but you can't take it off your property and expect somebody else to do it at a later date.
Well, I guess we just had to talk that through, and we can continue to, but if 4901 isn't moving forward and we move forward first, I don't know if that's something that
Move the bus shelter. Or you can do it yourself.
I think that's what Chris is saying.
Getting at, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what Chris is saying, is that if 4901 is not moving ahead of us, that we would be willing to do that to make sure that we are able to remove that bus stop sign.
Okay, so your next submission should include a concept plan showing what that would look like, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rebecca. That driveway issue, Ian, I think it needs some more work because I've discussed it with Marie in our internal meeting. It seems like that what you have proposed for the access different works for Marie, but there may be an opportunity to make it smaller at the same time as well. That's something that probably we would expect to see that the footprint of the access can be reduced. That's one issue. The second thing is we'd like the sidewalk to cross it at grade. And apron may not provide that, so we may have to change it to a curb radius instead of apron.
Okay, we'll certainly work through that, but the dimensionality matches what Marie has shared with us in the past for a standard.
Yeah, and we're gonna work through it to make sure if that's the case, that it can be reduced further.
Okay. I think that's it, Chris.
Well, Ian, did we, or did we, are we in agreement on that crossing, the mid-block crossing? Is that the one that's already further to the west? Or is this a new one?
Yeah, there's one proposed where the trolley trail actually crosses, where it comes out onto Battery and then goes right into the park, which seems a much more appropriate place for a mid-block crossing. The property that's approved through sketch plan below us has no mid-block no through block access.
So I don't know what you're asking.
There was a comment about providing a mid-block crossing.
Okay.
And I don't see where that would go.
That was one of my comments. I think we can live without that mid-block crossing. Our initial reaction really came from that path that will connect to that through block. In the site, we figured that once the Battery district full build out happens, there would be natural mid-block pedestrian connections that will be happening because of that connection of that path by the NIH site. But if there is already a mid-block crossing happening on by the Bethesda Canal path, then that makes more logical sense to maintain it there.
Okay, thank you.
Did you talk about the electrical? You're putting an underground transformer in what appears to be the bike lane?
That serves several
Right.
areas.
But I can't have a grate. I don't know what that looks like, so you need to provide a detail of that. Because it can't be great.
Yeah, we're working with the dry utility consultant to get an image of what, that's that E-box right there, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Preliminarily, it's not graded, but there will be manhole covers, so we'll get a better design. It's because of the undergrounding, but we can answer that.
Yeah, and that's fine. I just want to see what it looks like.
Sure.
Excuse me, this Spike with Architects Collaborative. Good morning. The transformers will have a precast, over steel pans with manholes in it. They are not an open grade transformer.
Yeah, if you can just provide me what it looks like, so I don't think.
Certainly.
Or some sequence to where we can accommodate the utility poles. There's some different scenarios need to be ruled out before we can accept it in the pavement or sidewalk or so.
Well, there's an existing utility electric line there currently, and then they're putting the transformer, I assume, to give it more power.
Yeah, you can see we got 4 transformers for our site on the north side of our property.
And they're all on their property, so I think.
Switch
I think
valve,
that the only thing, like I said, the only thing I want to really see is I think the detail of it. Generally, we don't allow electric lines under the roadway, but in this particular case, it's existing, Sam. And so they're just adding the transformer. And then the other thing is like, if there's a bike detail, I think the bike lanes are on the south side, right?
Correct. They are.
So we want to see how that's going to fit in when the bike lanes come in. And so what it's going to look like. So there should be some curb around it, obviously we don't want anything. So I want to see that.
Make sure it works. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, there are a couple of things I want to add to what Rebecca mentioned, Jason. Number one is, as we know, only utility lines that are permitted, constructed, and maintained by the utility companies can stay in the right of way. And if that applies to these two vaults, please provide a little justification as far as what options have been explored, and that's the only place that can be placed for the record in the submission, please.
Okay, yeah, we'll work with you to get more clarification.
Hey, folks, we are at about time for our meeting today. So just in terms of our schedule moving forward, Chris will follow up about a time for a work session. It sounded like that would primarily need to be with, is it just planning staff, those comments?
I think so. Ian, the design meeting probably is just planning. Is that
I
correct?
think so. I believe so.
Okay.
We also, sorry to interject, but we also need to have a meeting between the agencies about the LATR. That wasn't touched on in this meeting, but we have a lot of items that we need to cover for LATR.
Okay. So, yeah, so two separate meetings. So the LATR meeting is that for staff and public agency, or with the applicants as well?
Staff and public agency, TFT.
Okay. So as far as, sorry, go ahead, Mike.
I'm sorry. Do we have a potential date with for the meeting with the planning staff? Because our submittal is due in about a week.
So we are working on it. Stephanie and I were kind of elbowing each other during the meeting about dates, but I think we have to check, just check on a couple things, but we'll look to try to get a date, hopefully to sometime later today, targeting
Thank
next.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So our overall schedule moving forward, in addition to our follow-up meetings, June 17th is when the applicant's first resubmission is due. June 30th, our staff and agency comments are due back to you. Your final resubmission is due July 7th. Agency letters would be due July 27th. And then our staff report would go to post August 31st ahead of a September 10th planning board date. So thanks, everyone. We'll follow up on the work session dates and look forward to seeing this project continue to mature and move forward.
Thank you.
everyone.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Goodbye.
6 for DRC today. 18801 Jerusalem Church Road, an administrative subdivision plan and forest conservation plan in Up County. Whenever you're ready, Jonathan.
It just goes down.
Yeah. Well, 1 second, we're having an issue sharing our screen, but we'll get to that in a second.
Just randomly closed.
Hey, I've just emailed you right now. Yeah, I appreciate you copying.
We're getting there, Dave. Small computer glitch.
No problem.
Nice.
Just normal day.
Right.
Yeah.
I know.
That's a guess.
Yeah. Or something, yeah. See. He's going to go home. Yeah, he's got it to go and see if I can things just show up. Right. Jason went to that tour.
Okay.
So he went to that.
10 years later.
Yeah, right.
All right, this is 18801 Jerusalem Church Road, and had been subdivision for a single lot. Just in Casey. Mr. McKee, this is your meeting, but I do want to give everybody a heads up. We have talked a little bit about the property lines as it relates to the cemetery, the email, and that's going to come up probably in a later discussion. I believe our GIS layer is actually the culprit as far as the incorrect lines. So take it away.
All right, well, let's start with that. I guess to resolve that, we should probably mark that line, make it nice and clear in the field, and maybe have a meeting. Would that help? Kind of put that to bed, do you think? Is that needed?
I think that would be a good idea. Mr. Crane is our expert on this.
Yeah, that would probably help. But there's an additional concern about whether there may be other unmarked graves that extend beyond the area where there are visible grave markers. This happens very frequently throughout the county. So still going to need some kind of investigations, ground penetrating radar, or other kinds of archaeological exploration to make sure that the visible end of the cemetery is actually the end of graves, and that they don't extend beyond that. So marking the property will certainly help, but that alone doesn't answer the entire question.
Okay, well, let's start with that, and maybe you can help us figure that out when we meet in the field, and then we'll go from there.
Sure.
But we'll start with that. So I'll reach out separately, and we'll set something up for you. Will that work?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. And just so you know, there are lots of archaeological consultants out there that do this kind of work all the time. It comes up frequently. So we can give you some recommendations of firms, local firms that have been doing this work, you know, recently in the county, and others. It's really quite routine, actually.
Yeah.
And it's not I mean, like the field work, we're talking about like a day kind of thing. I mean, it's not a massive amount of work at all.
Okay, that's good to hear. We'll definitely need that help from you. Appreciate that.
Sure, of course.
All righty. Jonathan, Jerusalem Church Road, happy to see the sidewalk is not really part of the project. So wanted to ask, do we just remove the sidewalk from the plan? Is that what we should do here? Since it's going to be waived, and the comments are that it would be waived based on some of the code criteria.
Yes.
So just take it off the plan, and then that brings up the second question about dedication. maybe we don't need to provide as much dedication as we currently show. We show 37 feet from the center, which would be ultimate 74, and I see comments from DOT saying 62 is the minimum needed. So need some guidance on that, I guess.
Yeah, that's based on the country road classification, open section. So if you look at the open section country road classification, that's the ultimate right of way, 62 feet without the sidewalk.
Okay.
So it's based on that.
Okay, perfect. All right, sounds good.
Hey, Dave,
Yep.
we might want to circle back around with DOT after this, just make sure everyone's on the same page.
Yeah, I think, no, we don't want to preclude the ability to have, so you don't have to install the construct the sidewalk, but we do want to have the dedication so that somebody at some point could provide sidewalk in the future.
Okay. So that suggests that maybe we should keep the dedication as we have it.
Yes.
That's what it sounds like. Okay. But just take it off the plan. The sidewalk.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think we can deal with that. Jerusalem Road is a rustic road. Jonathan, I saw your comment about the PUE maybe being needed, but typically we don't show a PUE on a rustic road. So any further thoughts on that matter?
Yeah, it seems like we've had mixed implementation on rustic roads. Occasionally PUEs are shown up. Other scenarios they're not. Obviously, in this case, you have the stream buffer, which would be a proposed cap 1.
Yes.
I think we could probably do without the PUE. But I do want to check with our record plat guys and just talk it over real quick before.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. I saw the request to meet with the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee. That's something we would typically do, but in this case, we don't propose anything along that road, so obviously they're not going to have anything to say, but we still need to go ahead and have that meeting with them.
The advisory committee.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
Even if it's more of a formality, since you're not taking access, I think it is part of the approval process.
Okay.
The letter of support's always good, Dave.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that won't be hard to get. So that we'll take care of that. I saw the environmental comments. We'll address those and get with Haley on those. So no problem there, I think. So that's really all I had were those few things, the cemetery obviously being the major one there. So we'll circle back around and get that sorted out. But that's all I had today.
All right.
Anything we need to know about dates, Jonathan? This will be administrative approval, I assume. No planning board hearing, so probably need to circle back with you and determine when we need to get this stuff back into.
Yes. I will, I'll send you out the deadlines.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good.
Anything else?
Oh, you know what? WSSC had comments.
So WCC's comments were a little out of the ordinary, and I think actually I just got an email about a half hour ago from them, kind of straightening that out. So I've gotten new comments. I'll forward those.
Yeah, I'm sorry, like our project manager has problems uploading their comment, but this is area that is need to be investigated further because it's restrictions about new connections in this system.
Yeah, my understanding is that this is a single connection. We knew we can't subdivide or get more lots, but there was an automatic single connection allowed for every property, including this property. So I'll certainly circle back, but that's our understanding for the sewer. Okay.
Yeah, there was mention of a HPA, which is typically has to be approved before going to the board, or at the very least, a letter of some sort from WSC saying that a connection is possible here.
Okay.
Yeah, because there was no existing connection to this system previously.
Right.
Mhm. So we'll need ISPA because it's a new connection. And like I said, the capacity of this system is very limited.
Mm-hmm.
So for that reason, is a comment about the ISPA.
Okay, we'll circle back on that then. Okay, anything else? I think I'm okay.
Nothing on our end.
All right, appreciate the help.
Thank you, Dave.
All right, take care.